like that macaroni and cheese is the bomb.com. I have to post that on my Instagram. So it was one of those days where the macaroni and cheese was life-changing. So I posted it on my Instagram feed, and I'm perusing through my timeline, and I come across this meme. Okay, so now I know that this can affect many cultures or reach many cultures, even artists. This hit home so hard. Immediately, my first reaction was to screenshot it, send it to my roommate from boarding school, who I knew had parents from Guyana, and I didn't have to send a caption. I knew she would know the feeling that was resonating within me of humor. So I distinctly remember my father in the kitchen while I was doing my homework as a child, sharpening my pencils with knives or in the grooves of scissors. To me, it was resourceful, it was normal, and it felt like home. Now, as I would go to bed, I'd put away my homework and I'd wake up the next day to go to class. I would switch out my passports, I would get in the car and we would go to school. And I wouldn't dare sharpen my pencil at school with a knife, partly because I don't think those are allowed, but I wouldn't sharpen them in the grooves of scissors either, in fear of the ridicule that I would receive from my third grade peers. Kids can be mean sometimes. And I just remember the switch. It was a personal struggle that it was developing, and it was at times like this, and there were many times like this in my life growing up in the multicultural home, where I felt a dichotomy arising. It became an intrinsic and innate behavior to switch my identity on and off depending on the groups I was surrounded by. It reached its zenith when I was in college. I was in an argument with a young gentleman who shall remain nameless. And I remember being so frustrated. I don't know how the argument began, but I will never forget how it ended. I found myself at the peak proclaiming, "I'm Trinidadian. Roti, palori, sorrel, mabi, those are my foods. When I'm sad and I want to be lifted, I listen to soca music. When I want to think of home and memories, I hear my grandparents quarreling in their sing-songy accent. How dare he take this from me? But at the same time, dare I detest my American heritage? It afforded my family educational opportunities that allow me to be an atmospheric scientist today, that gave them financial prosperity. I was flustered. I was confused. I wasn't mad at him. I was mad at myself. At that point, I realized, throughout this matriculation through his point in college, I realized that he wasn't going to understand. And I knew that at this point in my journey on self-identity, I could not explain or articulate. But today, I can tell you with surety that as a first-generation American, our identity doesn't have a point of origin, nor is it traveling to any particular destination, but rather, we must find solace and stability in a transitory state. We are
My name is Aditi, and I'm the lead organizer and licensee of TEDx Wellesley College. We started planning this event 6 months ago, and it's been very challenging, as all the teammates can tell you. But the event's finally come to life, and we're so happy to be sharing it with all of you. I want to take this moment to thank both of our speakers for this section that have taken time out of their busy schedules to be here. I wanted to thank our volunteers who are currently live streaming this event. I also wanted to reiterate that TEDx Wellesley College is a 100% student-run event. And by that I mean that everything from logistics to funding has been done independently by a group of 12 students, and we are very proud of that. But that being said, this event would not have been possible without a lot of people's support and guidance. I would like to thank the Economics and Education departments for their generous donations. I would like to thank the Office of Student Involvement, Meg Jordan, Chris Neendorf, and Doris Ford. They've helped us with a lot of reservations. I would also like to thank the deans, Dean Stephen and Dean Tenzo. They have given us a lot of support and guidance. I'm going to talk a little bit about logistics now. So there's 2 fire exits. If need be, please form a single file and exit from the fire exit at the back end of the auditorium. When the speakers are speaking, please try not to leave unless it's an absolute emergency. This is really distracting to the speakers and the audience around you. And please do not eat or drink in the auditorium. It's a school rule. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand the mic to Nadi now, who's going to begin the section for today.
Hi everyone, my name is Nadi Lee, and I, along with Simone Archer-Cross, who will be coming later, am one of the curators for TEDx Wellesley College. When we culminated our speakers for this event, we wanted to focus on issues that not only affected our immediate community, but the rest of the world as well. In this section, To or Not to Break Down Money, we attempt to understand the effects it has on us. Speaking today, we have Nandini Neki to speak on her organization, Society of Grown-Ups, a group dedicated to teaching our generation about financial literacy. So please join me in welcoming Nandini Neki.
Hi everyone. My name is Nandini. I'm the president and CEO of the Society of Grown-Ups, but I'm really honored to be here today because I am also the alumni speaker. I'm Wellesley College class of 2002. So you're probably wondering what I'm doing here. And I'm here to talk about money, but more specifically, why we don't talk about money and what's at stake by not having that conversation. So money is a really interesting concept, and it's an interesting idea. We think about it in terms of dollars and cents. We think about it in terms of rationality. We think about it in terms of balances and how much we have and how much we want. But really, money is much more than that. It's deeply rooted in our own histories. It's rooted in our family. It's rooted in our dreams, in our inspiration, in our aspirations, in our future, in our insecurities. So just having a conversation about money that is just focused on dollars actually misses the entire point. We need to have a holistic conversation about it and actually recognize the fact that it is so deeply rooted. So I'm going to share a little bit about my own experience. This is a picture of me and my dad in the early 80s. And my parents and I, we emigrated to the United States when I was just shy of my 2nd birthday. And my parents were educated in Russia, and we also are originally from Bangladesh. And so I share that with you because we were a small family that came to the United States, and my father was supporting us with $13,000 a year, which even in 1982 and 1983 is not a lot of money. And so I remember we were sitting around the dining table, and there were always 3 languages that were being spoken interchangeably: Bengali, English, and Russian. But Russian was the secret language. It was the language that my parents spoke to one another in when they didn't want anyone else to understand. And so I remember sitting there And we would be having a conversation, and all of a sudden, they would turn to one another and they would start speaking in Russian. And I knew that it was one of two things. One, I was in trouble. Or two, they were talking about money. And so from early on, I recognized the fact that money was something that was secretive and that you didn't really talk openly about it. And then there were other experiences too early on. Like for example, I remember we had some family friends that came over and they said, "Oh, you have a beautiful home. How much did you pay for this house?" And I remember the look my mom gave my dad. And I remember they stayed, they left, and afterwards she said, "They're never coming over again for dinner." And so I remember thinking, oh, okay, so money is a secret, and if you talk about it, and if you ask about it, you don't get invited over for dinner. And so these attitudes persisted. So this is me and a group of my friends from my very first year here at Wellesley College. So we have actually grown up together. We've spent our entire adult lives together, and we have talked about everything. We know each other's dating histories. We know about religious things. We've had conversations about politics. Now, for some reason, we seem to be talking and oversharing a lot about health. There's a lot of things that we've actually talked about. But yet, although we've been a part of each other's lives during this really critical time, the one thing that we've never talked about is money. And there's a financial underpinning to every single major life decision. Yet I have no idea how much money my friends make or what their comfort level is with debt or the trouble that they've had or how much they think they should spend on a house or how much they should spend on a car. And here's the thing. If knowledge is power and we're unable to have that conversation, where does that really leave us? So money is this last taboo. We talk about so many things in our society, but we don't talk about this. And there's a reason for that. There's a real fear of judgment whenever you talk about money. How many of you have said, "Oh, she is irresponsible. She does not know how to manage her money"? Or, yeah, I see hands going up, right? Or, that person can't actually afford to buy this or do that. But what's worse is that we turn that judgmental voice on ourselves and we start to actually internalize some of those judgments. So we're making all of these assessments based on something that no one has really talked about and no one has really taught how to handle effectively. So we have a financial illiteracy crisis in this country. We have an entire generation of millennials who are coming of age. There's 83.5 million millennials in the United States. They just outpaced the baby boomers as the largest generation, and they are coming face to face with some very, very harsh realities. Unprecedented levels of student loan debt, for one. The class of 2015 graduated on average with $35,000 in student loan debt. 10 or 15 years before that, it was only $10,000. There is a huge difference between those numbers. This is also a generation that is trying to do the regular things like get a job or buy a home or have fun with their friends and travel, yet they are also bombarded with multiple messages that say that they will never be as successful as what their parents have been able to accomplish. And yet, we still don't talk about this. That's where the Society of Grown-Ups comes in. So the Society of Grown-Ups, we started that and opened it 14 months ago. And it was all based on this very radical experiment. What if we were able to actually build community around something that has been historically so taboo? What if we actually opened up the conversation, maybe with the help of a little wine, but also allowed for people to ask questions to professionals and to one another? And that concept has really been resonating. In fact, when I first talked about what the vision was for the Society of Grown-Ups, I was never met by anyone who said, "That's not needed," or "We don't need that." In fact, what I was met with were a lot of people who said, "I want to go there, I want to send my friend there, or I want to send my kid there." So I'm going to share some stories with you. So we actually had a woman. She's in her early 30s. And this is what she said. It's hard to balance three things at once. She said, I've tried a lot of different things to actually get my finances together and save for things that are important in my life. And this is the first time I have felt so accomplished in so little time and feel like I can actually follow through and do this! Exclamation point. So I bring up the exclamation point because that's really important. She has a sense of empowerment and she has a sense of agency around something that she's always felt really uncomfortable about. And there is a network effect that is innate in that. When you start with one person, when you start with one conversation, when you start with one confident person, you can actually start to spread that, and you can create a groundswell. We also had a young couple that came in to see us, and they're expecting, and they have something called the house fund. And so they are shunting all of their extra dollars, all of their money into that house fund. Yet, when we actually started the discovery process of understanding why they were doing it, we realized something. They don't actually want to buy a house. They felt like they had to. They felt that because they were starting a family and they couldn't afford to buy in the city, they should buy and then they should buy in the suburbs. But when you actually talk to them about the things that they like, the things that bring them joy in their lives, they talked about their local coffee shop, they talked about their commute to work, they talked about their urban lifestyle. And so when we were able to actually say to them, listen, it's not financially irresponsible for you to continue to rent on a long-term basis. There was a freedom that came with that. The ability to actually be able to live life on your own terms. We also know that money plays a very, very important role in intimate relationships. And so it was really interesting. We had a young woman. She's very excited. She's getting married, and she and her fiance have talked about everything. They've talked about the kind of house they want to live in. They've talked about their fictional children, where they're going to send them to school. Yet she basically said to us, I have no idea financially what he's bringing to the table. I mean, he could be coming into this relationship with a ton of student loan debt, and that's okay. But I don't even know how to have that conversation. And so by really talking to her and helping her to understand how to open up that conversation, we were able to hopefully set them up for a more successful marriage. And those are things that really count and that are intimate and extremely important. So the question really is, who will you look to? So some of you will look to professors, and some of you will look to your friends. Some of you will look to your parents. Some of you will just do a lot of online research, or you'll go to a professional. And the truth is that there is no simple answer for this. What I would say is that just make sure that you are asking the right questions. That whoever it is that you are interacting with has your best interests in mind. Even if you're paying someone, make sure you're asking the right questions like, how are they actually getting compensated? And make sure that you are an active participant in that conversation. Today, the people that I go to talk about money, I go to a certified financial planner who's very patient with me and answers a lot of my questions and also is firm enough to say every once in a while, that's not gonna happen this year. That's something you should think about for next year. But I also go to my family. So 30 plus years later, I'm really happy to say that my parents and my brother, who are an endless source of support for me, are also the people that I can go to and have this conversation. When we talk about what that next job should be, when we talk about how much we should be negotiating for, when we talk about buying a place, that conversation does not happen in a foreign language, does not happen in hushed tones. It's an open conversation, and I'm extremely grateful for that. So this is what I'll leave you with. Everyone thinks that everyone else has it figured out. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that people in their 20s think that people in their 30s have it figured out. and people in their 30s think that married people have it figured out, and married people think that people who have children have it figured out, and the truth is that no one really does. We're all just trying to figure it out together. So let's make sure we start the conversation, and let's start it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandini, for your amazing talk. Most of us college students often feel lost in the world of adulthood, where we must be accountable for our own finances. So an organization such as yours is an extremely valuable resource that we're all really grateful to have. Our next speaker is one of our very own, Sophia Sokolovsky, a senior at Wellesley College majoring in biological sciences with a minor in psychology, shares with us today the experiences and knowledge she gained from her year abroad at sea. Let's give a warm welcome to Sophia Sokolovsky.
Who here, by a show of hands, has seen the movie Life of Pi and remembers the scene at night with the whale? Great. One of my most memorable experiences during my time at sea was when a pod of dolphins was guiding the bow of our ship into the sunset. The pod tracked us into the night, and like the whale in Life of Pi, their bodies seemed illuminated as they were triggering defensive reactions from thousands of bioluminescent plankton. The possibility of this experience becoming nothing but myth is severely real. My talk to you today is not just about trash in general, but rather about what happens to plastic pollution once it's broken down by naturally occurring events, once it can no longer be seen by the naked eye. Indeed, plastic trash becomes invisible. And so why should we care if it disappears? We don't see this trash when we're out on a cruise or sailing or at the beach. It doesn't affect us, right? Wrong. Microplastics negatively impact our lives and will continue to do so until we solve this problem. One of the reasons why I chose to come to Wellesley College was because I was told that no matter what I decided to study, no matter what major I pursued, the administration would encourage and support my decision to study abroad for a full year. I desperately wanted to gain new cultural perspectives. I wanted to go on a grand adventure that would equip me with new experiences that I would be able to take forth once my time at Wellesley was complete. And so I was flipping through some applications sophomore year, and my mom asked me, Sophia, where do you want to go abroad? I decided that I was going to split my year up into two parts. I would be studying German and psychology in Berlin in the spring, but where was I going to set sail to in the fall? Set sail. It doesn't sound like such a bad idea. I've always been passionate about the sciences, and I also love music and the arts. I like being hands-on and getting creative. I'm from the Sunshine State, but I don't just love the beach. I love the ocean. One of my professors suggested that I check out Sea Semester in Woods Hole, SEA standing for Sea Education Association. I was hooked by this once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I signed on. In the fall of 2014, my shipmates and I became the first Global Oceans Program, Class 255. We sailed from Barcelona to Gran Canaria, conducting scientific research along the way. One of the twice-daily procedures that we did was collecting surface water samples, both at midnight and at noon. And then we took these samples and filtered 500 milliliters for the plastic concentrations that we were destined to find. This was done by staining the water with rose bengal, a fluorescent stain that allows one to distinguish inorganic from organic matter. And then this was filtered through paper and analyzed underneath a microscope. To give you a little more background, currents flow into the Mediterranean Sea through the Strait of Gibraltar. They flow counterclockwise, picking up trash and other pollutants along their way from terrestrial landscapes via coastal zones. They continue flowing counterclockwise past Barcelona and Mallorca and back through the strait into the North Atlantic Ocean. In the northern hemisphere of the North Atlantic, we have a huge gyre, which is essentially a whirlpool. And what's happening is this whirlpool is like a giant waste bin. There's a new phenomenon, and it's the formation of a plastic island within this gyre. That is why it was so crucial for us to take these samples. Our samples averaged 84 pieces of microplastics for each 500 milliliters that we filtered. 500 milliliters is no larger than your average water bottle that you would get at the supermarket. Our largest count was 216 pieces. And this is egregious considering that our sampling locations were completely random. Not only were we thinking about these concentrations, we were also thinking about the delirious effects that they have on these environments. And so this experience and research instilled in me firsthand the urgency with spreading this knowledge in the hopes of reducing environmental degradation. Think about how one water bottle can break into thousands of pieces. So back to my original question, why should we care? How does this affect us? The process by which persistent fat-insoluble materials increase in concentrations across food webs is drastic, especially when these materials are resistant to decomposition. And so what essentially happens is those plankton that I was telling you about earlier that bioluminesce, they are some of the biggest consumers that eat these microplastics. They're eaten by smaller fish, and then larger fish eat them, which are ultimately manifested in large marine animals, such as dolphins. And so the marvel that we witnessed that night could quite possibly become nothing more than a memory, never to be experienced by future generations. Not only do we need to be concerned about the extinction of species, we also have to consider the effects that these manifestations of plastic concentrations have in fish populations, which are consumed by none other than us. And so what essentially is happening is we're eating fish that have microplastics within them, but we're not just eating the plastics, we're also consuming chemicals and pathogens that these plastics pick up as they are circulated throughout aquatic habitats. Indeed, hazardous chemicals are further released and toxins in our bodies are further released upon eating these plastics. And this is horrifying considering that 85% of fish populations caught are consumed by humans. Some countries rely on fish for 25% of animal protein intake. And on the global scale, 3 billion people rely on marine resources and biodiversity. How does this affect us, though, on the economic scale? What are the impacts? Globally, the market value of marine resources and industries is $3 trillion each year. $3 trillion, that's 5% of global GDP. Plastic pollution alone costs developing and industrialized nations $1.27 billion each year in threats to fishing, shipping, and tourism. Marine environments support jobs in the economy and they supply food. And sustainable fisheries are dependent on the health and cleanliness of our oceans. We depend on our oceans for things that we don't even think about, like the air we breathe and other things as well, like ingredients in our medicines. We can implore marine protected areas and reserves, and we can also establish annual maximum sustainable fishing yields, but all of these efforts are in vain unless we put a stop to human pollution. One of the key steps to improve this situation can be achieved through education. Of course, education begins in the classroom, which is why it's both essential, empowering, and crucial. Incentivizing, rather than punishing or lecturing, is another key step to evoke changes in behavior. Give the people what they want, an incentive, and make that want a solution to the problem. International diplomacy is also essential in handling these issues, as perfectly exemplified by the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Goal 14, entitled Life Below Water, promotes the sustainable use of our oceans, seas, and marine resources. The first of 10 targets under this goal is to significantly reduce pollution, not only through prevention, but by cleaning up that which already exists, the pollution that already exists in our oceans. Our oceans compose over 75% of Earth's surface and 97% of Earth's water. These percentages are destined to increase with rising sea levels due to global warming. Striving to enhance environmental integrity must be a priority that is taken on by all individuals in order for us to combat our bad habits and decisions. Moreover, understanding dynamic food webs allows us further insights to tackle these impending challenges. Only then can we protect and preserve our Earth. Education, prevention, the need to clean. These three save us the big bucks when it comes to ameliorating these issues, some of which cost individuals their livelihoods. The marine environments and future of our economies are undeniably interlinked. We are the ones responsible for our actions. The future of our Earth is truly in our hands. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Sophia. That was a fantastic talk. So at the end of the section, we would like to invite both of our speakers back on stage for a quick Q&A. So. So we'll be taking questions from the audience about their talks or any other subject matters. So. Does anyone have any questions? Hi, thank you both so much for your talk. This is a question for Nandini. So you mentioned the Society of Grown-Ups, but could you explain a little bit more of how it started, what kind of brought the whole idea together, because I'm sure it took a long time to build.
Yeah, well, thank you. So the Society of Grown-Ups was really something that came about from a lot of consumer testing, right? It was based on the hypothesis that money is something that people want to have a conversation about, and that we needed to find a way to engage young people to really start to have that conversation. I think that from the very, very early stages of the research that we did that in conjunction with IDEO, what we realized was that no one else was really focusing on it in that holistic way. They were looking at it purely as this is how you make a budget, but they weren't actually starting from the place where people actually felt most passionate and most engaged. And so what I would say is that that was really where the initial idea came from. There was a lot of rounds of iteration, testing, prototyping for about 2 years before we opened. And then we opened 14 months ago, and so we've been continuing to iterate, learn, test, sunset some of our classes that aren't doing as well, make sure that we're picking up on some of the needs that we're recognizing, building a full digital platform. And so that's really the design thinking methodology that we've used in order to have the humility to understand that no one knows how to do this well, and we just need to figure out a way to be able to make this conversation as salient as possible. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Hi. Again, thank you both for your time. And this question is for Sophia with regards to the plastic and stuff in the ocean. So I was just wondering, so with all this research that you guys have done and just like what are some of the ways that these microplastics are already being cleaned up, like whether it's by government or organizations or students?
So one of the really big problems with microplastics is that we can't see them and they're so small. So using a filtration system is not an option at this point. However, there's so much plastic pollution, large plastic pollution that's already out there. And so there have been some different types of filtration systems that have been put into place. They've been using things like bubble curtains, and there's also a type of filtration that's used in order to kind of suck water through, but it also allows for naturally occurring substances in the oceans and for animals also to be free, so it doesn't affect them. But even just taking a very small piece of plastic, like about this big, and getting rid of that from the ocean eliminates thousands of other like microplastics that could be broken up from one single piece. So that's why it's so important to even clean up really tiny pieces, because those are going to break down further into microplastics.
Any more questions?
This is a question for Sophia.
Hi, Sophie.
Where do you feel the responsibility lies for incentivizing and making sure there's this responsible use of the oceans, beyond the individual level?
I think that a lot of it has to do with the international level, and like I was talking about with the UN's goals, I think the goals are put into place in order to be completed by 2025. International diplomacy is also really important, not just on the individual level. And I think that starting off early on in the classroom, so certain practices are kind of taught early on, and this information is instilled in people, that's one of the ways that we can combat this problem. So yeah, both the international, national, and small governments, and then individual level.
Thank you.
Last question.
Hi, this is a question for Nandini. I was wondering if you've seen any difference between where you're focusing on millennials versus older people and how they understand personal finance, whether the change where a lot of millennials have in the gig economy less traditional forms of work, or where older people relied on certain things like pensions and 401k, if that's changed the ability to talk about money, because it is sort of more a thing you have to think about versus I'm just gonna work 20 years and get my pension or something like that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good question. So, I mean, some of the questions that we always get are, what are the big differences between the different generations? And the truth is that there's a lot of overlap, right? There's a lot of those same fundamental questions, but you're really hitting on the key thing, which is when we're talking about multiple generations of financial illiteracy, it's also the fact that a lot of the lessons from our parents' generation just may not apply for our realities that we're facing. And so when you're talking about the flexibility of work, or the fact that people are going through a lot of different types of career changes, or they're leaving their homes and they're moving out of their parents' home a little bit later, I think those factors really precipitate making sure that you do not have a one-size-fits-all solution when you're talking about money. I think that when you really understand what someone's individual situation is, what their personal values are, you're much more armed to be able to have a conversation that is going to be in their best interest. And so I think that those are some of the big differences. I just think it's more urgent than ever that we have the conversation, but I think that this is something that honestly a lot of people could have probably benefited from for a long time.
Great, thank you both so much for both your talks. We really appreciate both of you coming in to speak. As the DT mentioned before, this was a very student-run effort, and we wouldn't have been able to have this event without the generosity of our speakers coming in on their own time, their own money. So as a token of our appreciation, we'd like to present you both with a little gift. And thank you both for speaking so much, for speaking at our talks. So that concludes the end of our section. We ask that you exit in a uniform fashion in the back. And yeah, thank you so much for coming.
We started planning for TEDx Wellesley College about 6 months ago. It's been very, very challenging putting this event together, but we are so glad that we finally get to share this experience with all of you. I want to take a moment to thank all of our speakers who have come out here today. They've taken time out of their busy schedules, and we really appreciate it. So does the Wellesley community. I also wanted to thank our volunteers. They are aiding our video and production team, and as a result, the event is now being live streamed. So it's very exciting, so anyone can watch it. TEDx Wellesley College is a 100% student-run event, and by that I mean financially and logistically, we started organizing this event 6 months ago on our own as a team of 12 students. That being said, this event would not have been possible without the help and guidance of a lot of different parties. We would like to thank the Economics and Education Department for their generous donations. We would like to thank the Office of Student Involvement for helping us out with reservations. We would also like to thank the deans, specifically Dean Stephen and Dean Tenzer. They've been an amazing support system to our team. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about logistics. There's 2 fire exits at each end of the auditorium. If need be, please form a single file and exit from the back end of the auditorium. If at any point during the conference you need to step out, we discourage it, but if you absolutely need to, please do so very quietly so as to not distract the speaker and the audience around you. Please keep all your phones on silent. If you're taking photographs, make sure you're not using flash because it distracts the speaker. And have a good session. I'm going to now give the mic to Simone, who's going to introduce the section.
Hi everyone, I'm Simone, and I, along with Nari Lee, am a curator for TEDx Wellesley College. Our section, To and Not to Empower Women, focuses on, or attempts to examine feminism and the portrayal of female sexuality. Our first speaker, Lily Myers, is a writer and spoken word artist from Brooklyn, New York, and her talk focuses on body positivity and finding inner power. Please welcome Lily Myers.
Abracadabra. That's a magic word everyone knows. It's a silly word, right? Some nonsense syllables you can say while you wave your wand to make something magic happen. Well, I recently learned that abracadabra is not a silly word at all. It derives etymologically from Hebrew, and it translates to I will create as I speak. And I was shocked when I learned this, because it so perfectly describes what I want to do with my life, what I'm passionate about. Writing and telling stories. Spoken word, poetry, fiction, nonfiction, these are all forms of storytelling, stringing together words to make something. They're acts of creation. They're acts of magic. Abracadabra. As we speak, we create. I've always wondered why we think about magic as something separate from our world, something imaginary and impossible. It's always seemed to me like magic is everywhere. I mean, we carry around rectangles in our pockets that let us talk to anyone we want, anywhere in the world at any time. You can explain the technology to me till the cows come home. It's still gonna feel like magic. It feels like time travel. It provokes a sense of wonder. And I can prove to you that words are magic too. Just think of any book you've read that has really affected you, that evokes a real emotion or made you feel empathy for a fictional character or constructed a world in your head. These things are acts of creation. The building of something very real from simple marks on a page. When I need to remind myself that words are magic, I just remember how enthralled I was as a kid by Harry Potter. I had all 7 books on audio, and I'm not exaggerating when I say I listened to each one no less than 40 times. And it's not just that I loved them, I was transported by them. When I listened, my head and heart were whisked away, blissfully spending hours in the corridors of Hogwarts. It was very, very real to me. When friends would come over, I wouldn't let them speak while the audiobook was playing. This is not a testament to my friendship skills, but it is a testament to the magic of story. So a string of words can create something very real. And as a writer, a stringer together of words, you can create what it is you choose. And we do this every day, even if we don't call it writing. We're always telling stories. Everyone has this magical ability. And a huge, important part of this magic ability is the power to tell our own story, to speak the narrative of your own existence. When you tell your story, when you say, "This is how it happened, this is how I felt," you are claiming agency over your own narrative. You are claiming power. If you want to see what I mean, try delivering a slam poem. I've never felt as powerful as when I did performance poetry. For 3 minutes, you command a room. You tell your story exactly as you want to, and the audience listens. The stage is yours. And this is an intoxicating feeling, partly because it's so rare to have this experience. How often do you tell your story to a room full of strangers and really have them listen to you? But this is also an especially rare experience for girls. Our society tells women and girls to be quiet, to be polite and demure, to avoid imposing or taking control of situations. We're taught to ask for permission, to make room for others to speak first. So when there's a chance to stand up and grab the microphone, we're often not the ones who do it. We're often not the ones who stand up and say, "My turn." But in spoken word, everyone can do this. I felt ablaze after my first poetry slam. For 3 minutes, I had been truly listened to. It felt radically new and exciting. It felt powerful. I felt powerful. Because this feeling of being listened to, it's huge, right? It's a feeling of being accepted, of validation and belief. And we live in a society that doesn't listen to everyone equally. Take, for example, the national epidemic of sexual assault on college campuses. According to a 2015 survey among the largest studies conducted on this issue, 23% of undergraduate women will experience assault before they graduate. Time and time again, these women come forward and tell their stories, which is a difficult and courageous act. And time again, their stories are not believed. These women are not listened to. In fact, 3/4 of assaults go unreported to authorities, and the main reason that women listed for not reporting was the knowledge that they wouldn't be believed. Their stories would not be listened to. This is one of the terrible consequences of living in a patriarchy, a world in which power is imbalanced along lines of sex and gender. Men's words, and more specifically the words of white and cisgendered men, are more often believed in mainstream society. Women have to fight for that belief, for that listening audience. I studied sociology in college, and in my freshman year Intro to Soc class, our professor told us that the definition of power is the ability to get others to act in your own best interest. And this is a really useful definition of power. Take the same example of sexual assault on college campuses. It is in the university's best interest to not believe these women. It is in the college's best interest to sweep these incidents under the rug, to not listen to their stories. It's not a personal vendetta against women on the part of college presidents. It's institutional self-protection. No school wants to be the first to admit that they have this problem. They fear that their reputation will be damaged, donations will decrease, admissions statistics will go down. So these institutions have processes in place to silence these women. They have a lack of punishment for perpetrators or poor reporting systems. They have systems in place to avoid losing their reputation. They have power, the ability to get us to act in their own best interest. So living in a patriarchy like we do, a system of power imbalances, we have to constantly apply this definition of power. Where do others get us to act in their own best interest? When we identify these places, we can apply resistance to them. We can counter them with our own personal power. And I find that when talking about personal power, we need an additional definition. The best definition I know for personal power is also the best definition I know for magic. Creating change from your will. It's the knowledge that we are co-creators of reality, that we can set our minds to something and create change. No, we can't get everything we want or make anything happen, but we always have a spark of agency. We can always reach within our depths and find some fight, some energy, some ability to change. We can enact our will to create something new. Another definition of magic is shifting consciousness, creating a new awareness or a new understanding of something. So if you can change one person's mind with your words, you're enacting your personal power, your magic. And how cool is it that the definition of personal power is also the definition of magic? So by using our will, our words, we can create change. When you tell your story repeatedly, refusing to be silenced, you expand the narratives that create and describe our world. The more women that come forward and tell their stories of sexual assault, the more it's widely accepted as a societal truth that this does happen. This is a real experience, a real epidemic, and it needs to be really addressed. It is horrifyingly unjust that these women are not always believed when they first come forward. Such is the nature of power imbalance. The problem is, we live in a society that does not always allow or expect women to be the storytellers. According to the 2011 documentary Misrepresentation, the amount of clout of women in clout positions in the media, including telecommunications, publishing, advertising, and entertainment, is about 3%. That means that 97% of the stories that you're told about our world are stories told by men. In the top 250 grossing films of 2015, women were 9% of directors and 11% of screenwriters. So 91% of the movies that most people saw last year literally came from the perspective of a male. Women were 12% of protagonists of the top films of 2014, and that number has gone down in recent years, not up. As the actress Gina Davis states, quote, "All of Hollywood is run on one assumption, that women will watch stories about men, but that men won't watch stories about women. It is a horrible indictment of our society if we assume that one half of the population is just not interested in the other half." The majority of the stories that you're told in the media are stories by and about men. And we internalize what it is we see and don't see in our media. So to ignore women's stories there sets a very dangerous precedent for how we treat women's stories in daily life. So a skewed fraction of the population is being listened to. This is a power imbalance. This is what we need to change. I'm not saying we shouldn't listen to men's stories, of course not. I'm saying we need to get to a place of balance, a place where everyone's stories are valued equally, are believed and validated. We get there step by step, story by story. So to tell your story is to work toward actual change. It's magic. I use stories every day to remind myself of my personal power. My favorite one is that I'm a witch. And it's real for me. It really is, because I make it real. It's the narrative through which I create and frame my existence. And the image of a witch, to me, is so richly imbued with female power that it reminds me every day to claim my own. It reminds me that I'm a co-creator of my own reality. No, I don't make everything myself, but I can always tap into my personal power. I can always tap into my magic. I can always speak and write, creating new understandings of myself and the world as I do so. A few years ago, I delivered a poem called Shrinking Women at the College Union's Poetry Slam Invitational. The poem is about the myriad pressures that women face surrounding body image. Women and girls are taught to feel immeasurable and intensely destructive pressures to constantly monitor and critique our bodies. It's debilitating. And I went through a long period of being obsessed with it. Obsessed with everything I ate or didn't eat, how much I weighed, and what my body looked like. Let me tell you, it was completely exhausting and zero fun. It kept me from thinking a lot of interesting thoughts or doing a lot of interesting things because my mind would always bounce back to my body obsession. And it's easy to feel shame when admitting this. I don't like to admit it. I feel embarrassed, like I was shallow or weak during those years. But I know now that I wasn't. I know now that this is a culturally enforced pressure targeted at women and girls. And this is another example of the power imbalance. Women are told in myriad subtle and not so subtle ways that our very worth is tied to our body. Men are told that their very worth is tied to their accomplishments and achievements. Want proof? Try comparing the covers of mainstream men's and women's magazines. The cover of every mainstream women's magazine tells us countless stories about how to get a slim, sexy body, lose 10 pounds fast. Men's magazines don't feature those stories. They show actors and explorers and entrepreneurs talking about their goals and projects and ideas. Women's photos are airbrushed beyond recognition. Men are featured with wrinkles, pores, and all. Women's entire perfectly toned bodies are predominantly shown on the cover photo. Men's magazines usually show just their faces. See the disconnect? Over and over, we are told the story that as women and girls, we are supposed to be obsessed with our bodies. That's the story that we're told. And to make matters worse, we're taught to feel embarrassed when we admit it. But when we don't talk about it, we are succumbing to the patriarchy's power. It is in their best interest, the best interest of the companies and institutions that benefit financially from women's self-doubt, when we keep silent. So instead of letting these systems enact power over us, we can choose to work our inner power, our magic, and speak openly about our experiences. That's how I felt when I delivered my poem, which was achingly vulnerable and made me and others in my life feel exposed. But it was worth it, because the overwhelming response I got from strangers all around the world was this: me too. I have struggled with this too. I have felt this too, and I haven't talked about it until now. And this response astounded me. So many women were going through what I'd gone through in silence. So many of us were going through it in isolation. What would happen if we all stood up and talked about it, if we told our own stories? Can you imagine the power that we'd unleash? This act of speech, it has enormous, far-reaching consequences. It creates a sudden electric current in the air, a shift that has the ability to change thoughts, behaviors, and lives. What is that if not magic? When I was first recovering from this body image obsession, I created a mantra that I'd use daily. When I began to feel anxious or guilty about my body, I would say out loud, "This is the shape that my body makes today." And it really helped. It emphasized that my body is an ever-changing thing, an active subject that makes a different shape every day of my life, not some passive object that's one static size. And the act of verbal repetition helped too. Because it was a memorized sentence, it became a reflex to say it when I needed to. When things got hard, I knew the words that I had to conjure up. This is the shape that my body makes today. And it had a real effect on my life, just like a magic spell. And this mantra, this magic spell, has taken me far. I co-launched a holistic feminism blog on which we write about body love, activism, and feature awesome women's writing and art. The blog is called The Shapes We Make, a version of the mantra that I created years ago. I took this destructive pressure, this destructive story that society told me, and eventually turned it into a form of my own personal power, a manifestation of what I believe in, a platform for change. To me, that is magic. If I want to leave you with any idea today, it's the knowledge that you have a library of magic spells at your fingertips. They come as books, stories, mantras, poems, speeches. You can use them to create new things, to understand new things. You can use them to escape, to comprehend, to feel. You can use them to make others listen, to affect others. You can use them to claim power, to frame your existence in completely new ways. You can use them to create anything you want. Your words are a vessel for your own unique voice, which can tell your story like no one else can. Abracadabra, you will speak and create. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily, for your amazing talk. That was really great. Many of us were born in a generation defined by technology, and your ideas about the value of our words and thoughts in a patriarchal society definitely resonate with our community. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is the director and co-founder of an organization called Route One Ministry, the first of its kind in New England. Her talk will focus on the goals of Route One and the lessons she learned from entering the strip clubs to learn more about the women who are continually exploited by the sex industry. Let's put our hands together and give a warm welcome to Bonnie Gatchell.
I want to start by telling a story of Teresa. And Teresa is 15 years old when our story begins. And Teresa has a family with parents who love her and love her siblings. Teresa was raised in a suburban, wealthy community. She loves playing volleyball and she loves talking on the phone. She has a dog to feed and chores to do when she gets home. And she has siblings that she fights with. Does this sound familiar to anyone? It sounded familiar to me. And one day when Teresa is attending her public high school, where she makes all A's, a cute boy offers her a ride home. And without hesitation, Teresa takes this ride home. He's a classmate. Why wouldn't she? She's 15. So they meet after school. And as they drive through their suburban neighborhood, she gets a little nervous because they pull into his driveway and not her driveway. And he says to her very apologetically, "Teresa, I'm so sorry. I forgot my football gear inside. Could you just come in with me and we'll get my football gear? It'll just take a minute. I hope I don't keep you from anything, but I don't want you to wait in this car. Come inside and I'll give you a cold soda." So Teresa is again nervous about this. She can tell there is not any parents at home and she is only 15. But she thinks it'll only be a minute. There's a cold soda inside and it's a hot day. So she goes in with him. And as she sips on this cold soda, she wakes up about 2 hours later. She is bruised and she is bleeding and she had been raped. And filled with confusion and shame, she picks up her clothes and puts them on. And she immediately decides she's not going to tell anyone what has happened here. Not her family, not her friends, not her teachers. Teresa makes her way home and she stuffs those clothes into the washer. She makes her way upstairs to the shower and goes to bed. And Teresa returns to school the next day like nothing had happened. And the boy finds her and he says, "Teresa, I want to apologize for what happened." Now Teresa is furious, but she agrees to meet this boy after school because she wants to hear this apology. And so they meet out by his car and he says, "I'm so sorry, but my cousin found out what happened." And he says, "Unless you sleep with him, he's going to tell everyone what kind of girl you are." And Teresa refuses. And they go back and forth for a while. And then the boy pulls out of his back pocket one after another, Polaroids. And somebody had been above them taking pictures. And from the pictures, the sex looks consensual. But not only that, this is an instant reminder of the trauma she had just experienced. So reluctantly, Teresa agrees to sleep with the cousin. And this is the plan. She's going to go home. She's going to receive a phone call. She'll sneak out and she'll go with this boy where he will drive her to another location. And she does it. And of course, the cousin does not return the pictures. But for the next 2 years, Teresa will repeat this plan. She will go home from school and she will do chores just like everyone else. And she will go to bed and she will receive a phone call and she will sneak out and the boy will drive her to different locations where she is raped and sold and re-raped for the next 2 years. Teresa is an American girl who was exploited on American soil. And to give us a perspective or a timeline, these events took place in 1968, which means that American girls have been exploited on American soil for a long time. This isn't a new phenomenon. It's just simply that we're just now paying attention. Teresa didn't plan to be raped. She didn't plan to be exploited. But there she was trapped in this cycle of exploitation. What was it that kept her there, right? She wasn't locked behind a key. She wasn't tied to a radiator. What kept Teresa in this system of exploitation?
Shame.
Shame. Yeah, what else?
Fear.
Fear. Yeah, shame, fear, abuse. This is what kept her there. And as I thought about Teresa and how she didn't plan to be exploited, I thought about other American girls who are exploited every day and they don't plan to be exploited. I thought about women who work in the sex industry. And as an oral processor, I don't know if there's other oral processors in the audience, how do we process our thoughts? Orally, right? We have to talk about it. I talk to my roommate all the time until she shuts the door and says I'm done. And we have to process these things. So I met two friends for coffee. And there in this coffee shop, we talked about exploitation, and we talked about trafficking that was happening both foreign and domestic. And as we talked, the question was asked, how do we reach women locally who are exploited? And the answer was given, make baskets and take it to strippers working on Christmas Eve. And I thought I could do that. I didn't think in that moment I'm gonna start a ministry. I thought in that moment I'm gonna do this one-time event and make baskets and take it to strippers on Christmas Eve. So with the help of my church and this friend who asked the right question, we made 25 baskets. And I called a strip club manager and I said, can we bring these baskets on Christmas Eve? He was a little confused as to why, but all he asked was, what goes in the baskets? And I said, fun, girly items. And of course, as a man in his 40s, he knew immediately what those were. So I explained, they might be earrings, nail polish, those cute socks that you get at Target for $1.50, journals, anything that's in our room, ladies, that doesn't go in the need category, but somehow we all have, that's what we put in these baskets. And when we took them, they were received by women with tears in their eyes. Some of them wanted to give us hugs. Others asked how much they owed for the baskets, which we promptly said nothing. They're paid for. And upon leaving the strip club, the question loomed in the air of how do we reach this community on a regular basis? I didn't know, so I Googled it. And I found this woman in Kentucky that took hot homemade meals into 14 different strip clubs. So I called her up, and then I drove to Kentucky. And there I was, standing in this strip club, 30 years old, seminary graduate, and I met my first stripper. And she was 62 years old. And she came with everything that was 62. She was a grandmother, and she had C-section scars. And the skin under her arms was a little more loose, and she had crow's feet. And as I saw this woman, and I remembered Teresa, who didn't plan to be exploited, I knew that this woman didn't plan to work in the sex industry her entire life. And in fact, she had ran away from home. She was gonna work in the strip club for one summer at the age of 18. She was gonna make a lot of money and then leave her home life for good. It just never happened. And here she was still working there, and her daughter worked at the strip club with her. And as I left the strip club the next couple of weeks, it came to me that if I wanted to reach women exploited, I had to go into strip clubs. I had to meet women exploited. So I found out and learned all that I could about strip clubs and women who work there. And what I found was this 62-year-old grandmother looked more like women in the sex industry than what media and movies had told me. Because what I didn't know was that 90% of women who work in the sex industry have been sexually abused under the age of 18. And to put perspective on that, the national average is 25 to 35% of women. What I didn't know was that the age range for women in the sex industry is 14 to 62. And I have seen both multiple times. And I had this idea that women make lots of money working in the sex industry. But the truth is, they have to pay to be there. Sometimes they pay a flat fee of $75 a night. Other time, the money is taken off the tops of their tips. In addition to this money, they have to pay the bouncers, the managers, and the DJs a fee. One woman told me that after 8 hours of work, she only made $35 for the whole day. One stripper did write in her book, Scars and Stilettos, that she made $10,000 in cash. But when she got home, the boyfriend, or pimp, took all of that money. He said, I need $10,000. But she gave it to him because she was trapped in this system of exploitation through abuse and fear and shame. Those are some pretty daunting statistics. And I want to share with you a statistic of hope. That the #1 reason a woman leaves the sex industry is through a trusting relationship encouraging her to do so. So I thought, why not me? And this is what Route 1 does. We train teams of women to go into strip clubs. And these women are house moms and bus drivers. They're students and they are lawyers. They're black and white. There's women in their 20s and women in their 50s, right? And we go into strip clubs and we meet with the women who work there without agenda, but we go in to hear their story. And we just bring these little gifts that say you are treasured. And I would say at first the women were skeptical of us being there. But now women run to meet us at the door and pull us into the dressing room because they want to share their week with us. We've been invited to kids' birthday parties. We have helped them prepare for interviews. We've helped them find affordable childcare. But my favorite is when we go into a strip club that we've been in for a while, and there's a girl upside down on the pole doing her thing, stops mid-act to say, "Hey ladies, wait, I want to talk to you before you leave today." Because it's a trusting relationship that encourages them to change the dial on their life. We started with 25 baskets in one strip club with 4 little volunteers in a lonely schoolhouse parking lot. Last year, we delivered 145 baskets to 8 strip clubs. We have 50 volunteers that serve with us throughout the year, but most importantly, we have 36 women that we work with on a weekly basis because nobody plans to be exploited. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie, for your talk. Many of us didn't realize what it's like to work in the sex industry. Our next speaker is a senior here at Wellesley College. Her talk focuses on the double standards for women regarding body image and sexual activity. Please welcome Jean Galilei.
I am 22 years old, and I came out as a straight, sexual woman when I was 19. Like many of my peers, didn't realize that that could happen. Attending a women's college in the suburban town of Wellesley just might have had something to do with that process. But more importantly, what I learned in my so-called coming out process is that unless there is a direct need to deviate from societal expectations, we, as Americans, fail to recognize the nuances of sex and sexuality. Beyond broad definitions of anatomy and mechanics, classroom conversations do not live up to the standards of desire that we speak about in the media on a regular basis. The conversations about protection and consent are a far cry from what we actually should be talking about. This discrepancy is why I believe that we need to redirect our conversations about women and sex in this country. Furthermore, I believe that in an attempt to expand the definition of female sexuality, we have instead managed to dichotomize the issue. From Dove commercials to Amber Rose's slut walks to Caitlyn Jenner, America does not fail to speak about women, what makes a real woman, what a real woman is allowed to do, and with whom, what a real woman needs. And while I'm happy that we're finally talking about real women, I believe that the way we speak about women, female bodies, and sexuality remains constricted to a set of codes. As many of you might know, the Victoria's Secret fashion show is one of the most highly lauded fashion events and attended events of the year. The models who perform in the show are considered the sexiest women in the world. They epitomize womanhood. But imagine the same models with chunkier thighs, with a little bit of razor burn, a tampon string hanging out, oh God, too much woman, too close to what many call a reality. You see, we applaud the youthful look of a woman's chest after a breast augmentation, yet tell 10-year-old youthful girls that they look inappropriate without bras. Their bodies, the softness, the realness disturbs us. a woman with a guttural grunt of pleasure or a ruthless tenacity for one-night stands terrifies us. And our responses tell us that women aren't good enough as they are until they act as we expect them to. A girl is placed into womanhood at the onset of puberty, and with that milestone come all of the societal expectations surrounding how that woman will act and develop sexually. I'm not making an argument about what makes a woman real in terms of size or shape or assigned sex. Instead, I'd like you to ask yourself if you recognize yourself or the women around you in the portrayal of women in movies, in the media, in conversations about birth control. I want you to ask yourself why we see what we do. I don't think we need to see any more billboards advertising lubricants or lingerie or mundane household objects like espresso machines to know that America is obsessed with sex. With Cosmos sex tips on the 200 new positions guaranteed to drive your guy wild. How to keep and please your man. How to keep him interested in your body. And conversely, America is obsessed with purity. What preserving your purity truly entails. How to keep your body unscathed and sacred. What happened to the in-between? From a very young age, I have been preoccupied with thoughts about what it means to be pure, what it means to be raised in a country where the roots of most institutions are puritanical. Interestingly enough, the way many young adults in America are introduced to the concept of purity is through some sort of health education course. When I think back to my own sex ed class back in 7th grade, I do have to admit that it was pretty open-minded and advanced for what it was. Apart from conversations about lambskin versus latex, we spoke about all the possible ways that STDs could be transmitted without protection. We spoke about all possible sexual orientations. In fact, our teacher drove home the point about the salience and of course the validity of non-heterosexual relationships to the point where most of us went home and changed our MySpace profiles to say that we were bisexual. But to be honest, none of us knew what that meant. Yes, in theory, if you identified with a particular sexual orientation, you were attracted to one or multiple gender types and hopefully were romantically involved with people who fit into those categories. But if you had asked any of us why you would have sex with someone, other than to potentially procreate, none of us would have been able to answer the question. One day, a question was asked by a girl who, as an athlete, was very concerned about what went into her body. And so, to our teacher's horror, she asked, "How many calories are in a sperm?" I don't remember the wording of the response, but that day, all of us girls learned a few things. 1, boys want blowjobs. 2, you're a slut if you ask about it. And 3, later on, outside of the classroom, we learned that we were naive if we didn't offer them. In an effort to uphold the image of the modern woman, we have limited the conversation about women and sex to 2 ends of a possible spectrum. We talk about sexual assault and when things go wrong, the gray areas revolving around if someone gave consent or was even able to. And then we talk about the modern woman who is free and empowered and has sex with everyone, whenever she wants to. But what about all the things in between? We seem to have missed something. And this is a big step from the days from before the pill, when just the thought of pregnancy loomed over unmarried women's heads. But we're still at the forefront of filling in this possible spectrum on a national level. Institutionally provided health classes have moved on from only teaching how to put condoms on bananas and abstinence to finally discussing consent. Discussing consent comes in response to the rising dialogue about sexual assault on college campuses and in courtrooms. The jurisdiction of who's to blame, if the accused was a knowing perpetrator. These are incredibly important and incredibly difficult conversations to have. But here's my problem. We can't talk about saying no if we don't understand what it means to say yes. We've managed to integrate IUDs and the morning after pill in our conversation about contraception, but somehow fail to recognize that most adolescents just really want to know what sex feels like and how to distinguish the good from the bad experiences. Because currently, the millennial anthem has our young women listening to older peers listing the number of orgasms that they had last night with the person that they've just met. How they've orgasmed to the point where their feet feel discombobulated from their bodies, and you look down and you see that your feet are really still attached to your ankles, and you can only wonder what that feels like. But you say, yeah, I know what that feels like, because you're a feminist, and you know how to get what you want, and you know how to keep your man, because you know how to play the game right, because you are worth it to yourself to play the game right, because that is what we call sexual liberation. With our dichotomized perception of how women engage with sex, we've created these exclusive scenarios. Women either have sex or they don't. We either gave consent or we didn't. It may be that this binary system is accurate and that it is impossible to fully encompass female or any sexuality in any further concrete terms. But the problem remains this. Female sexuality is defined by and driven by society, and is therefore, by definition, restricted. Moreover, female sexuality and desire is defined in response to male desire, and then the messages that the media continually perpetuates. Don't get me wrong, there is a place in this world for glamour and Elle and Cosmo. But magazines in of themselves are not enough to tell young women about their bodies and their desires. What about movies? Apart from perfect sex scenes where all parties involved orgasm simultaneously, someone confesses their love, or proves to be the ultimate dominatrix, there's nothing that really shows us what female pleasure looks like. And when it really comes down to it, female pleasure remains the afterthought, and there's no individual difference. Audiences were stunned by the image of Ben Affleck's face near Rosamund Pike's pelvis in that one scene in Gone Girl. Sure, women's magazines have taken some steps to affirm female needs by including articles about the best vibrators. Nonetheless, most young women have their sexuality placed onto them before they even know what their erogenous zones are. We were assumed to be straight, sexual beings because of our bodies and our gender. I'd like to ask everyone in the audience here to close their eyes. I see you. Please raise your hand if you identify as a sexual being. Please keep your hands in the air or raise them if you've ever faked an orgasm. Thank you. You can open your eyes now. The researchers Gail Brewer and Colin Hendry found that 82% of sexually active women admit to faking orgasms on a regular basis. To add to the picture, economist Hugo Milon found that 72% of women who are in stable relationships admit to faking orgasms with their partners. These statistics beg the question why women would engage in sex at all if they predominantly fake pleasure. As one of my friends put it, faking an orgasm is one way of making it seem like you know what you're doing when you truly don't. Some other people might say that women have sex to get what they really want, that it isn't about sex itself, but keeping the partner, to find stability, to get the ring. This line of thought fits the notion that women are biologically programmed to have lower libidos than their male counterparts. But, as author Daniel Bergner of What Do Women Want found, seems as if women may or may not have equal to, if not greater libidos than men. The difference is in the risk that women face in pursuing and expressing this drive. Women who orgasm and are sexually active are easily labeled as sexually promiscuous, empowered. Women who have sex have to know what they're doing, right? I mean, a woman wouldn't choose to be labeled as sexual if she weren't. right? Well, choice is a finicky concept, particularly when it comes to violations of choice, of rights. Currently, one of the most discussed violations of choice is sexual assault. Sexual assault is one of the worst things that can happen to someone, and I am thankful that we have created the platforms for victims to work through and talk about their experiences. But while sexual assault affects far too many people, this can't possibly be the only outlet that allows women to speak about their nuanced experiences of sex. Understanding pleasure and how it varies from person to person is essential to understanding what it means to give consent or to withhold it. And the reception that a woman receives when she admits that she was sexually assaulted just shows how much a woman's relationship with her body, her sexuality, and her needs isn't defined by her. When a woman publicly admits that she was sexually assaulted, she does so with the knowledge that she will be doubted, that people will try to tell her that she is mistaken. Like it or not, the status of being a victim taints you, as if you had somehow asked for it, as if something about you implicitly drew the person closer. Shouldn't have been at that party. You were pretty tipsy. You guys were friends. That's like telling a woman that she doesn't know what she wants. That's like telling a woman that what's done with her body has nothing to do with her. That's like telling a woman that she can't tell the difference between pain and pleasure. For the people who need a different analogy than these examples, that's like telling the victim of a drunk driving car accident that he really shouldn't have been on the road that night. But we do it. This is what we hear. This is why we hear things like, some women are just unrapeable. This is why we talk about the friend zone, as if it's not enough to be just friends with a woman, that you're losing if you're in that in-between. Look at people like me. I am an individual who fully believes in her own empowerment and independence. Yet here I am, incredibly nervous to give this talk, feeling the full effects of the stigma surrounding women speaking out about sexuality. We have not made a place for that. People are intrinsically and inexplicably drawn to and confronted with sex regardless of personal engagement. America reveres sex, yet simultaneously makes it a social taboo to talk about. We convolute the concept to the point where we're speaking about abstractions that no one understands. But we have the power to change that. Let's get rid of constricting dialogues and talk about facts. Let's embrace the uncomfortable. As Gloria Steinem once wisely said, if the shoe doesn't fit, must we change the foot? Particularly for scholars of women and gender studies, this conversation is not new. Research on the harmful and stereotypical presentations of women of color in the media, the hypersexualization and objectification of all women, and unequal gender dynamics have been discussed over and over again. So what do we do? The first step is to talk about what we don't talk about. To overcome our own biases when it comes to talking about sex. And to strip ourselves free from the notion of impurity. The second is to move this conversation from college-level gender studies courses to an ongoing conversation among peers. From academic press university textbooks to green flyers in the locker room. From lecture halls to something we talk about with our children. If we truly want to present ourselves as an open-minded, contemporary, forward-thinking society full of empowered individuals, then we have to live up to those standards. We need to create the spaces where children can ask questions without the fear of being seen as deviant or naughty. We can implement the change that we want to see. We just have to do it. We have to continually diversify the representation of female sexuality in the media. This doesn't just benefit women, this benefits everyone around them. Just like any step towards equality, this is a step towards a greater, more understanding humanity. Thank you.
so much. That was a fantastic talk. So we allotted some time at the end of our section to open up to the audience to ask any questions to 3 of our speakers. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand and I'll pass the mic over to you. Don't be shy.
Hi, I have a question for Bonnie. What can we do to help you?
Thank you. What can you do to help me? So, I think, you mean broadly, like in working against exploitation? Stop watching porn is one thing people can do. I think another thing that you can do is change the conversation, which I think both of you spoke about as well. So hitting on this idea, often when you say, oh, look at that girl, she's dressed like a hooker, or she's dressed like a stripper, you can shut that down. You can change the conversation. And it's okay if a girl wants to wear a really short skirt with fishnet nylons, right? And it's also okay if she doesn't, if she wants to wear sweatpants. So I think changing the conversation is good and kind of in the same theme as what the other speakers have spoken on, right? I think other things you can do is you can be looking around you. So some signs of trafficking around you is if you go and you get your nails done or your hair done and the person doing your nails does not speak English, the exam you take to qualify to be that person is only given in English. And so if they can't take the exam because they can't read English, they probably then are there illegally at the very least, and probably a trafficking situation as well. If you see a woman on the street who is carrying like at least 2 bags, a book bag and maybe one of those reusable grocery bags just loaded with stuff, I mean, unless it's groceries, then she's probably in prostitution, she's probably being trafficked, she's probably a runaway. 37888. And so those are some pretty like signs that we see around us, and I think being willing to call the trafficking hotline number helps in the work that I'm doing. One time it took 200, so then you can call, there's a trafficking hotline number, which I can give you all right now if you want. It's 888 and 15 calls to bring a trafficking ring to an end. So if you're nervous about calling, just think you could be the first call, you could be call number 215. And they're professionals, so if you call and it's a mistake, you know, then they'll know, they'll talk you through it. Does that answer your question, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's okay, I can just chat. I have a question for Bonnie. It kind of follows up on that. I'm sure, you know, a lot of us are aware of the highlight of the key issues again. I think sometimes you can walk away feeling like it's such a systemic issue and so institutionalized, and so it's great, you know, it's very powerful to see the grassroots work or work from the bottom. But do you have any comments about from the top down, how we can work on it, or is there work being done on it?
Yeah, that's great. Actually, the mayor's office, the Boston mayor's office, is working with Demand Abolition, a group called Demand Abolition, and they've launched a program called the CEASE program, and I forget, to be honest, what the CEASE, each letter stands for something, but it's to work from the other end, from the demand side, in helping to re-educate men who are buying sex and or get men arrested. I think last year, over 600 women were arrested in the city of Boston for prostitution, and only 2 Johns were arrested. So there's a huge imbalance. I know here in Wellesley, there's been arrests at 4 brothels since 2008. And then they were released and put back out, and those same people were re-arrested. So you can start in your schools and talking to the principal and trying to bring in, I know several survivors of the sex industry that love telling their story. That's another way to address this. Write your governors, write your senators, say that we do not stand for exploitation. We don't understand why prostitution is happening in our city, why escort services are illegal, or simply even just the basic, not basic, but trafficking in the traditional sense, right? Write and make a stink about it so it goes on the ballot, and it's something then that your politicians are talking about. Was that helpful? But you also can jump in with the CEASE program, if you like. Demand Abolition and the mayor's office is working on that.
I can project. My question is for all three of you. Like, what does intersectionality mean to each of you, and how do you bring that in to your individual work, or just like with stuff in general?
I think that intersectionality is a huge and essential component of any type of feminism that we are using moving forward. And it's something that hasn't been included in feminism enough in the past, so that's something that needs to be included in every single conversation about feminism, basically, that we're having. And I mean, for me, I think that's including and listening to stories from all people, basically, anyone. And I just think a greater and greater awareness in our discussions. I think that like white feminism is something that we are moving away from and need to be moving away from into a feminism that's extremely inclusive, trans inclusive. Like we had an old model, you know, in like second wave feminism, and that's something we're moving away from. I don't think the word feminism can apply to any other concept except for completely inclusive feminism.
I completely agree with that point. I think one of the ways that we constrict our dialogue nowadays is by being afraid of making mistakes or seeming like we don't know what we're talking about. And the fact is we don't know what we're talking about until we actually do. And I think the only way we can do that is just by being aware that there are huge differences across all sorts of people. And I realize that with my talk, that very much applies to women who are also interested in engaging with men. But I think that that is just like the tipping point of how we can actually start talking about how all women can support each other in that.
Yeah, and I would just add on, because those are already, exactly great answers, but I would just add on to that to interrupt the places in our lives where injustice is happening, right? And to interrupt the places in our life that are not being talked about and where there seems to be a covering up of darkness, and to bring in instead light and beauty, and to listen and hold each other's stories, even if it's very different, polar from your own.
And also, I was talking about power and how power is the ability to get others to act in your own best interest. I think it's really necessary, even within our movements, even within our activist groups, just pay attention to power dynamics within the group. You know, just because you're all working for feminist goals doesn't mean there's not unequal power dynamics. So that's something to look out for always, like at any meeting, anything, like see who is speaking more, and whether they're aware maybe that they're taking space away from other people. So yeah, power dynamics, yeah.
I don't need a microphone. Julie is one of our volunteers. Never been a problem for me. What I really liked was, so I do volunteer with the One Ministry, but I liked all the talks because I really enjoyed hearing specifically about the inequality that still exists, which is kind of disgusting in 2016, between men and women, and how it's portrayed in magazines and in movies, and the way you guys all talked about the power of the voice. My profession is, I'm a divorce coach, and so I work with men or women, not couples together. And it's interesting because listening to what you guys were talking about, like my clients who are struggling with their separation or pending divorce, the women have the hardest time putting words to their story. So if you don't mind, I'm going to copy some of that, put it into my lessons that I work week to week with clients on. The women just have such a struggle with saying it, and the shame and things like that. Whereas my male clients, they're embarrassed and they're struggling, obviously, especially if they're the ones that were left or they were cheated on. But the way they speak it is so different, and now it makes a lot more sense to me after hearing what you guys said. And it just clicked with me, that whole power and ability to say it is really important. So thank you.
We'll take one more question or comment.
Okay. So I'm curious about the relationships with your mothers, because as a mother of 3 daughters, I recognize in everything, in a lot of things that you've said, it's like, oh my gosh, I've said that, or oh my gosh, I've totally fed that whatever is not healthy. And and then there's the flip side where I'm working on it. And so how do you address these things with your mothers? And do you wait for them to come to you, or do you try to open the dialogue with them yourself?
My mom is a Baptist Sunday school teacher. She knows what I do, but I would never talk about these subjects with her. She's a little bit horrified, I'm sure, when she watches all of this. But it'll be good horrified, in a good way. But I do love my mom, respect my mom. She also had me much later in life when she was 36, so there's that age gap. So it's a little different in relating to her, I think, than moms who had their kids when they were in their 20s.
Can I say something to Lily, actually? So when I listened to your poetry slam a few years ago online, and I remember thinking, oh my gosh, her mother. I mean, so, how did she react to that?
Yeah, I was going to say that question's very personal to me because the poem that I delivered that ended up going viral was very much about my mother and things that I picked up from watching her habits. I will say that I never meant it to be like a personal exposition of her and more of a study of all of these ways that we pick up things from the women around us and how things are wordlessly passed from generation to generation and among peers too. I pick up these habits from peers and vice versa. But poetry being what it is, you talk about it in a personal way, and so I was talking about it through the lens of myself and my mother. But it was really interesting. It opened up a dialogue that wasn't there before. And as hard as it was, and as much as I felt very bad that I had never intended her to see or hear the poem. And then that got taken out of my hands, which is a good thing and a bad thing. It was hard, and I felt bad about it. But at the end of the day, it did open up a lot of dialogue. And I think that, the only way that we've moved past the old dynamic or the dynamic where we didn't talk about this stuff, and we're continuing, to progress and move away from that. But the only way that's happened is for both of us to kind of see ourselves and each other as holistic, empowered women, and less, she's still my mom and I'm still her daughter, but there's the other dimension of us just being women together, and that we can learn from each other and talk about our experiences in things I wouldn't have talked to her about when I was an adolescent, but now I can talk about because I feel more like an adult and that I've done a lot of work to empower myself, and she's done work to empower herself, and we've done work to empower each other. So I just think seeing each other as fully rounded human beings and women who have a lot to learn from each other has done a lot in surpassing just the simple mother-daughter relationship, because that can be too, you can pigeonhole each other when you're seeing each other just as a mother and a daughter. You see each other just as those roles sometimes, and you forget to see each other as humans who are going through maybe similar struggles.
So I have a little different story. My parents are both from Germany, and to be honest, they are the ones who inspired me to recognize the differences in how different cultures express sexuality and pursue sexuality. My mother and father actually both fostered this dialogue a lot at home, which is what allowed me to recognize that I didn't necessarily feel comfortable with a certain prescription that was given to me of how to, interact with this world as a woman who, wants to go for what she wants. So I would say that my conversations with my mother was actually more from her end, asking, so what are you interested in and what do you like to do, versus me, asking the question first. So I think that was just a different approach that she had too.
Great, thank you so much for spending your afternoon with us. As the DT mentioned earlier in the section, this was a pretty student-run organization, so it wouldn't have been possible without the generosity of our speakers putting aside their time and their hard work to make this happen. So another round of applause for our speakers. So So as a token of our appreciation for all their hard work, we are presenting them with a few little gifts, just to show how appreciative we are for everything that they've done to make this event happen.
I forgot to thank a sponsor before, so I wanted to thank Boloco in the Ville, because, you know, Wellesley, we all eat Boloco all the time.
So that concludes the section To or Not to Empower a Woman. Thank you all for coming out here, especially kind of early in the morning on a Saturday. So please exit accordingly in the back, and thank you so much for coming.
Wellesley College. I'm very, very excited for this event. We started planning it 6 months ago and it has finally come to life, and we're very excited to be sharing it with you. We want to thank all the speakers who have come out here today, and we want to thank them for taking time out of their busy schedules. We also want to thank the volunteers, because of whom the event is being live streamed across the world right now. They're working with our video and production team to make it happen. I wanted to reiterate that TEDx Wellesley College is a 100% student-run event, by which I mean that everything from the logistics to the funding of this has been done by a team of 12 students, and we are incredibly proud of that fact. That being said, TEDx Wellesley College would not have been possible without the multiple people who have helped us through this process. I would like to thank the Education Economics Department for their generous donations. I would like to thank the Office of Student Involvement for helping us with our multiple reservations. And I would like to thank Dean Tenza and Dean Stephen for their support. I also want to thank Baloco for providing lunch for speakers. So yeah, I'm going to hand the mic to Nadi, and she's going to talk a little bit about logistics and introduce the section.
Hi everyone, my name is Nadi. I'm one of the curators for TEDx Wellesley College. So just a few logistic things. In case of fire or emergency, please exit single file and calmly in the exits in the back. Probably won't happen, but just so you know. And yeah, that's pretty much it. If you need to leave, please tell one of us in these shirts. Please try not to leave during a speaker's presentation because it's very distracting. And yeah, so introducing the section. In my past 2 years at Wellesley, I have found that our student body is constantly making efforts to create an open dialogue about identity. Our Section 2, or Not to Clash Cultures, attempts to examine and define what culture truly is and what role it plays in our day and age. Our first speaker, Minsun Kim, is the founder and president of Long Island Conservatory in Lisma, based in New York and New Jersey. While her talents as a mentor and businesswoman will not be remiss, today she comes as an advocate for human rights. Her talk seeks to shed light on the issue of divided families from the Korean War. Please welcome Minsun Kim.
To do or not to do. I want you all to think about why your life path has been, and more importantly, what contributions you are making to improve the lives of others. Around 2 years ago, I read a story in the newspaper about an elderly Korean man in Los Angeles who was a divided family member, because he knew that South Korean law only allowed South Korean citizens to participate in the North and South Korea family reunions. And because he wanted so desperately to have a chance to be reunited with his family in North Korea one day. This man lived without obtaining residency for over 30 years. After decades of waiting, finally he received a message that he had been selected from the lottery to have a chance to be reunited with his family. But because he did not reside in South Korea, he was cut during the second round of interviews. He was devastated, so much so that he took his own life. Another heartbreaking story tells the story of how parents were forced to leave their children behind when they arrived at the ship that was to take them to the south. One family, the Joe family, faced this dilemma. While trying to board the ship, this young mother realized that the water was too deep and rough for her children to wade through by themselves. So she decided to carry the luggage onto the boat first and then return for her 5-year-old daughter and 7-year-old son. while she was placing the luggage in the boat. All of a sudden, North Korean soldiers appeared and started shooting. The boat took off, and the young children were left alone without their mother. On her deathbed in Chicago, she asked her son to find her children in North Korea and beg them for forgiveness for the mother who had abandoned them on a strange seashore without family, food, or clothing. After reading these stories, I was reminded of the time when my daughter went missing. Her school called me at work and told me that they lost my 5-year-old daughter in the middle of New York City. My workplace was 1 hour away from the city. It felt like no one was moving fast enough. Those couple of hours felt like an eternity. I had never experienced such anguish and devastation in my entire life. I finally got to her school, and a wave of relief washed over me as I saw my daughter's face. They found her. She was okay. But the whole way there, I cried. Would I ever see my daughter again? What if I never find her? Or worse, what if she was dead? Meanwhile, for over 60 years, millions of people have lived like this, sick to their stomach, not knowing whether their loved ones are dead or alive. Their pleas continuing to echo in the void. What if my daughter had stayed missing for 1 year, 5 years, or worse, 65 years? Why? Why should the time diminish the reason to get her back to her family? Now, what is the current situation on divided family issues?
In 2008, the National Defense Authorization Act had then President Bush report on the state of reunions for Korean Americans and their direct relatives in North Korea. It paved the way for President Obama the following year to urge U.S. Ambassador to North Korea, Robert King, to prioritize reunions in accordance with the Continuing Appropriations Act of 2011. More significantly, at the urging of Senator Mark Kirk in late March 2011, then Secretary of State Clinton used a divided family card to resume the six-party talks with North Korean officials, a tactic similar to the one employed by South Korean President Park Geun-hye in August 2015 to diffuse tensions between South Korea and North Korea and install a series of inter-Korean family reunions this past week. Soon after Clinton initiated contact, Ambassador King was invited to Pyongyang to meet with officials, and a reunion pilot program for Korean American divided families was set to begin, had it not been thwarted by the passing of Kim Jong-il later that year. To this day, however, because of strained relations, there has been very limited contact between the citizens of North Korea and South Korea, and virtually no way for Korean Americans to contact family members in North Korea. The Congressional Research Service estimates up to 500,000 Korean Americans were or are divided family members. Out of the tens of thousands of Korean Americans who still have direct family living in North Korea, less than 100 Korean Americans have been able to meet their relatives through South Korea, North Korea reunions. It is a painful reminder for the thousands of Korean Americans in their 70s, 80s, and 90s that they will likely go to their graves never to see their families again, or even find out what happened to them. Their hope has become entangled in U.S.-North Korea relations and any chance they had to participate in South Korean, North Korean reunions was killed the moment they became U.S. citizens. These statistics emphasize the pressing need for a solution to be found to this issue before the first generation of divided families completely disappear, as well as the infringement of the fundamental human right to family that so many have endured for far too long.
So, this is not just a Korean American or Korean's issue. This is a vital humanitarian issue. When I read these stories in the newspaper 2 years ago, I knew I had to do something to help. So last year, I went to Congressman Charles Rangel and asked for his support on behalf of divided families issues. And that same year, Senator Mark Cook and Congressman Charles Rangel introduced House Resolution 91 and Senate Resolution 587 to encourage Congress to implement United States and North Korea reunions to no avail. Now, responsibility has to since transferred to American Red Cross. However, the American Red Cross, unlike South Korean Red Cross, which has facilitated over 20 reunion events so far, said it cannot do much without a green light from the State Department.
Hi, I'm Congressman Charles Rangel, and I wish I could be with Ms. Kim as she shares with you our concern about supporting the efforts of Divided Families USA that's working hard to bring Koreans North and South together. I fought in the Korean War, and there's nothing I would like to see more is peace and the reunifications of families that have been separated since 1950. It's basically a human rights issue. It's not a political issue. It's a humanitarian matter, and nothing's more tragic for loved ones and families to be separated. I am proud that I've supported a bill that I've introduced, H.R. 40, that makes it possible for Korean American families to reunite. They're getting older now, they're in their 80s and 90s. Time is running out. We need your support for them.
미국 로스앤젤레스 연결하겠습니다.
미국요?
네, 저 흥남에서 헤어진 거랑 같고요. 나머지는 좀 더 확인을 해 보셔야 될 것 같습니다. 자, 화면에서 여동생인 것 같은 분 나오시면 말씀 한번 나눠보십시오.
제가 찾는 여동생 이름은 막순인데 윤막순.
I don't know my real name. I was adopted by a family in the United States when I was just a little girl.
아이고 저 맞을러. 아이고 한국말 뭐하네. 아이고 뭐라노?
뭐라 합니까 지금?
어렸을 때 미국으로 입양됐는데 한국 이름은 잘 모른답니다.
입양이요. 미국으로요.
I only have one clear memory.
한 가지 기억하는 건
It was Gyeongnam Port in the winter.
겨울에 흥남부두에서
My big brother.
덩치 큰 오빠가
My brother was carrying me on his back and
저를
running.
안고 막
And
달리는데
I remember he was scolding
그
me.
오빠가 저를 혼냈던 게 기억납니다.
그러니까 그 고향이 어디겨? 어디? 고향이 어디냐? 아까 고향이 어디냐고 안 물어봐줘서.
I don't know exactly.
정확히는 모릅니다.
I was crying at Gyeongnam Port.
흥남부두에서 울고 있는데 미군이 저를 데리고 배에 탔습니다. 그리고 부산에 내려서 저를 전시고아원으로 보냈습니다. 거기서 미국으로 입양됐습니다.
맞다. 우리 막스이는 귀 왼쪽 귀 뒤에 사마귀가 있습니다. Mr. Maxim has more behind her ear. 사마귀 가지고 맞나?
기억나는 건
Please tell me more.
I remember right before we were separated.
헤어지기 바로 전에
My brother told
오빠가
me,
한 말이 있습니다.
여 운동장이 아니다. 너가 나온 게 아니다. 알아? 알아, my son. 너 잡아라. 너 잡아라.
내 동생 막수다. 막수다.
Am I your sister?
맞아. 맞아. 막수는 맞습니다.
Why did you leave me? Why did you leave me?
내가 이 손꼭 못 잡았어. 이 손꼭 못 잡아서 미안하다. 막수라. 맞습니다. 맞습니다.
Where is mom? Where is my mother?
엄마는 어디 있냐고.
엄마 살아계신다. 막수라. 엄마 살아계신다.
So, how we can help? You can start by spreading awareness. Let's start a small movement right here at Wellesley. Please tell your friends, tell your families, and reach out to your hometown congressmen and politicians. If anyone knows or thinks they know someone who might be or is related to a divided family member, please ask them to speak up by going on to www.dividedfamiliesusa.org. One more time, everybody together. www.dividedfamiliesusa.org. Another great resource is www.dividedfamilies.com. Please, everyone. www.dividedfamilies.com. Thank you. Finally, I would like to thank Wellesley's very own Ye Eun-jung for her work on behalf of Divided Family USA. I strongly urge Wellesley students to contact her for any questions you may have regarding this issue. Our small efforts combined can one day affect meaningful policy change and make a huge impact on many people's lives. That is grassroots power. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Min-sun, for your talk. appreciation, we have got you a little something.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is an associate professor of history at Bentley University. Her talk talks about the hope and expectations of success and the necessity of mentors. Please welcome Bridie Andrews.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for coming. And thank you very much for the invitation as well. So talking about the hope and expectation of success, I'm going to talk about it from different aspects of my own life. And I will start with being a parent. So there's a time many parents experience with some dread, which is your child's school calls you up and asks you to come in because your child is in the head teacher's room. They've been misbehaving. And you arrive there and you find that your child has been in an undignified fight with another child and is being particularly punished because she did rather better at the fight. And what is your response? Well, your response is you realize the school has brought you in to help them restore order. And so my reflex response would be to say, that is not how children in my family, in our family, should behave, right? I should try and shame my child. And if you're going to behave like that, then I'm sorry, but you're going to have to be grounded, right? So punishment. And so there would be very little discussion of what actually were the perceptions of my child. And this, I think, is a fairly normal response, at least I hope it was. And until I read a really remarkable book called How to Talk So Kids Will Listen and Listen So Kids Will Talk. It's by Adele Faber and Elaine Maslisch. And in this book, it quite surprisingly advised me not to tell my daughter off, but to try and identify with her first. To say, sounds like you were really pretty angry with little Joey. No shit, right? And this, if I'm lucky, this might get the response, yeah, he called me a retard in front of all my friends. So I'm beginning to get to the bottom of this story, so I can then encourage more discussion by saying, well, that must have made you feel really embarrassed and ashamed. And she would say, yeah, I wasn't going to stand for that. And then we understand how the fight came about. So Faber and Maslisch's argument is that unless you start from this position of allowing your child to feel seen and heard, you're not really very well equipped to start working on changes in behavior. And so creating this environment where your child is seen and heard is essential to growth. Right? And so, just in case my children ever see this TEDx talk, I'd just like to apologize to them now that it took me so long to work this out. So let me go on to another stage of my life. So normally, I'm a teacher, as you heard, at Bentley University. I teach East Asian history. But I also, because my research field is the history of medicine in China, I also sometimes teach at New England School of Acupuncture. And most of the students there are adult students who've come from another career path. And it's astonishing to me how many of them come from nursing or sometimes physiotherapy, physician assistants, health-related jobs. And so I asked them why they come to learn another health-related profession, acupuncture. And they say, well, in my current job, I know I have the ability to heal. I interact with patients and I see that I'm able to affect their health outcomes positively. But I rarely get credit for that. And of course, we do have a very hierarchical healthcare system with physicians and surgeons at the top and the people who deliver care much further down. So I wondered to myself, how is it that we can explain this conviction that people have that they have an underappreciated ability to heal? And I think we can explore it quite usefully through looking at the placebo effect. So I put up the definition because it would waste far too much time for me to explain. But we see the placebo effect most often today in clinical trials. When you test a drug for approval by the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, you have to run trials that include a placebo arm, so that you're not testing the drug against no intervention, you're testing the drug against a placebo intervention, but the social relationships involved in the test are the same, whether or not the drug is being, or the intervention are being used. So a great example of the power of the placebo effect in history occurred during the American Civil War. Around the time of the American Civil War, people had recently worked out how to turn opium into morphine, which is a wonderful painkiller. And they'd also recently invented the hypodermic syringe. And so putting those two things together allowed people to administer pain relief hypodermically, very quickly. And this changed the course of the war. People who were injured could have their operations conducted with pain relief, which had not been available before. Can you imagine the horror of having your limbs amputated with no pain relief? And you could also allow people who were dying to die in peace. It was so valuable that people called it God's own medicine. But sometimes the supply of morphine would run out. And some nurses noticed that if you continued to act just the same, but instead of putting the morphine that you had now run out of in your syringes, you instead put a saline injection in the syringe and injected it just the same, very often the soldiers would experience the same pain relief that they were expecting. That is, that the hope and expectation of pain relief was enough to make it happen in that therapeutic context. Really astonishing. So nowadays, we don't use placebo effects deliberately, even though in the 19th century, doctors were trained to make and use bread pills, so a deliberate placebo, for patients who were considered neurotically hypochondriac and wouldn't leave your office until they'd got some kind of a drug treatment. Or for people who you didn't really have a treatment for, but you knew they would feel better if they received some treatment. And so people were taught to give them a placebo bread pill. Since the rise of clinical trials in the mid-20th century and the use of placebos in FDA trials of new drugs, it's begun to seem unethical to deliberately give out placebos. We're in an age of informed consent, and obviously if you were to inform somebody that this treatment that I'm giving you won't work, there wouldn't be much point, would there? So we don't deliberately hand out placebos very much anymore. But as we've just seen, they can be enormously effective. And my favorite example of this from recent times is, that's another quick quote. My favorite example from recent times is a study of knee surgery. The question was, which of two different knee surgical treatments for osteoarthritis was more effective? And so they had 180 people in 3 groups. 2 of them would be one each of these surgical interventions, and the third was a placebo. And what did they do with the placebo group?